Hello everyone. Sorry about that gavel hit. It's the problem with any game that it's like, oh yeah, press any key. It's really is any key. You know what I mean? Right, we're at the end of the Clouded Cocoa. We were at this point before we left because I had a doctor's appointment. Well, not a doctor's appointment, a resonance appointment for my knee. For my doctor to check on my knee. And also some x-rays. Before we start, I still am having, like I mentioned last time, I'm still having the anxiety, chest pain. I think it's gonna stay for like a long time. At least a couple of weeks, so I won't mention it. But if I sound like I'm in pain, it's that, most likely. Just to leave it there. You know how it is sometimes. Anyway, right. Miss Green's motive. Soul tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. Oh right, I forgot you're here. So that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the Core Police Council. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? Where's her... Yeah. Take that! Duncan Rose. That's right, before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garidub's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I've heard the name somebody else. It was all over the papers a month ago when the man died in the strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague... Aye! Of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claim was strangled by the convict curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspierre blowing into the gas pipe and causing a gas leak into the room. Or rather, gas to leak into the room. That was my mistake. It was a murder, plain and simple. Fuck! Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you, Duncan was... Mr. Rose was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé. You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspierre. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Mary! Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspierre, you smear poison over the end of the gas pipe? Well, your lack of answer tells me everything, Ellie. This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, Counsel? Each on different counts of murder. Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Bible, Mr. Shams, you have wanted to kill his lodges, as you say. You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. These are lies, I deny every utterance.
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green. Well, from her I'm not surprised. Well, I'm less surprised by Shamsphere. Shamsphere is the usual shit, but like, I understand why she would feel justified. I'm sure you'll think I'm very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of these scoundrels. You broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison in the pie, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Story? Yeah, right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh, violence, oh, villainy, oh, tyranny, oh, rotundity of woman.
Why are you being weird about her weight?
But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I return the key in the lock.
The whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire.
Oh, awfulness, oh, awfulness, oh, tyranny, oh, profanity of woman.
We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted a note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath I discovered a secret hiding place. Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Yes, well the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it. Yes. This rather nice key.
What are you doing with that?
What the? Every ounce of color has strained from his face.
Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it.
What was that, Venus? What did you say? You inherited it.
No,
All this about he inherited the key? It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can open something now? I don't care. You know what? Based. I respect the grind from this lady.
give it back this minute. Give it to me.
Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shamsphere has tried and in one case succeeded to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is a key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamsphere, at first. But considering everything we know now, I think there is actually something that could explain it. But I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just got a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamsia's alleged crimes? Well, if I had to guess, it's the supposed treasure that this guy kept in the place, you know? From last time.
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get a hold of that?
Zeldan,
The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden until that is he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The some 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here. 1,000 pounds lost and brought to hell. That was how the paper summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
you mean this key is...
Mr. Shamsier, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not?
What are you talking about? This is a false charge, I tell you. A false charge.
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death is another in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
Oh,
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. Yeah, obviously. So it all comes out. Thus Bruno Mars is gay. I mean, yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamsier's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediate leave for Mr. Garrideb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to someone else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamsi subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspia? This time to out Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. Get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict.
You...
Are you done? I guess he's done. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it. But I get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging. Got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspia. He really was a sham. I can't believe that Shakespeare is his actual real name though.
It's mine.
What did he just say?
It's mine. That loot is mine.
Mr. Shakespeare?
It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. For suits, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do.
Is there though? Like, I'm sure we can get something going.
You can arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swear to myself that I get my hands on it. And I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I just give up?
There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhiro. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. Finish him? No. Yes? He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. With Mitch, all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If he's dead at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is a final piece of its complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where the loot is hidden. My lord? Yes, counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal. About how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. He's so sweaty, so spaghetti. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth the gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already and it definitely paid off then. Very well, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hole? Alright, the fingerprint! The skin print seeker gun. We can probably do something with that. Take that! If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamsier's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. Yeah. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective? Is that some kind of joke?
I wish.
Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bar ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shakespeare. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah! This Sherlock Holmes himself.
What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy vaxes of the capital, are they not?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since it last we met.
Mr. Sholmes, nice to see you. He does know Lord Van Six then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes's newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints, my lord. Because fingerprints are too boring. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe's activities. Using only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary! So now, Mr. Naruhiro,
Yes?
what am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time?
Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Saseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his room. What form will the sample take? Well, let me think about it. I guess it would make the most sense if we grab... Like, she's the one who has the key. Like, that's what we need. The key probably has some sample left. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something that the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record.
Upon my word,
Mr. Naruhiro, your progress of reasoning appear to be on the up.
so which particular person do you have in mind? From whom we can obtain the possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution?
Miss Green.
Take that!
Miss Green?
Me?
Yes, you.
What do you want with me?
Yeah, like, you know exactly what I want with you. What are you talking about, girl? Girly pop. The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. The way that I described that was kinda disgusting, not gonna lie.
Very true.
That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shakespeare,
As one grade to another, I assure you.
if the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings,
I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes.
So, Mr. Shakespeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
Okay.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have his key.
No! Give the key to me. The detective shan't have it.
It's over, Mr. Shakespeare.
No, no.
You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt.
Whoa. Oh, shameful spear. Despair. Be thy name.
Bro. You wasted part of the confetti. He wasted the confetti. That was a waste of confetti.
I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all.
so you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet after you'd kill a young man, you still didn't move into the room.
I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him. But he refused.
Why?
I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing.
Mr. Garridev really has had a lot to put up with.
And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be.
No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Shum spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot.
Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room. No, excuse me, I had a little yawn trapped in my throat. You once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shakespeare, how does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Yeah, that's my honest reaction to that. She's not incorrect.
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke.
They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place.
There's a spare room at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember?
That was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stupid, Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to grab Scrubbery for some food, so I followed him. I sat myself next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
This place is cursed, I tell you.
Curse! The ghost of the convict who used to live there, trying to suffocate me.
I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas, and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? And I remember,
A rumor I heard about how the gas company go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Ah, you mean?
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seemed, about how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas could be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Is it really an accident, though? Once I had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
A black market.
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on these so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man untampered with, and wait. If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you've done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crime dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slogan Salad on Bryan Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough, so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. Tice made a good amount of the poison I'd poured all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts.
Well, that's awkward. 3 days ago, when you were stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
Certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes. It's me, the Nipponese friend.
And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Is that a compliment?
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green?
Yes, my lord.
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present.
Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle.
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Hashtag relatable. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green.
Oh,
And I like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamsphere didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Bruno Mars is gay. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsume,
Yes, my lord.
the court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant.
Yay! And everything was just daijobu. Everything was daijobu at the end.
Exactly as it's supposed to be. Court is adjourned.
And nothing of value was found. 23rd February, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber.
Oh, yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done.
Divine justice.
My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world,
You would shave that mustache.
no, this has nothing to do with my mustache.
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Charles.
Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Once again, you've saved me from doom.
I'm very happy to have been able to help Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days.
I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature while in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
But a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. They're all a bunch of racists!
My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English as you put it. They're very clearly racist all of the time. Why are you even surprised?
Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are a few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live, and we all end up being a little bit racist.
Well said. I come to feel the same way. Not so sure about the racist part though.
I've made a decision to
I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. Which is what he said last time, for the record. Like, I need to point this out. Like, he says immediately after the third case. Is it third case? Is it third case? Yes. No. It's the fourth case. It's the fourth case of the first case. He says immediately after the fourth case, yeah, I'm going back to Japan. And then apparently this happens. And he's like, again, yeah, I'm definitely going back to Japan. What?
Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. Just like I said in the last case, where I was present. In the other game, not in this game. In this game, I was also present. But it was already in Japan. Novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper.
That's very true.
And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
Desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
I do have the feeling that the joke here is that he didn't even think about it. He really was just like, yeah, I think I need to go back home.
But that's not what I'm leaving. I mean it.
Yeah. And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago. Not to be confused with the other case we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago, but a couple of days before that other specific case that also had Soseki Natsume and also had him acquitted. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotowa was prompted to visit the scholar, and barely any time later, Sato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. I'm still salty about that. Like, what do you mean Junjin Mikotowa just lied his ass off and took my assistant away from me? Motherfucker.
The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings.
Oh, so it has to do with loot? Is it conspiracy loot? Is it loot like related to the conspiracy? Is that what it is?
24th of February, 10:13 a.m. Mr. Natsume's room. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. You uncovered the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes?
As I believe I told you, my dear fellow skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson?
Why is he here? I know it's because it's the police, but also.
Quexy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley.
Happily, I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. Oh, it transpired the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling.
What's in it? What exactly is the loot?
Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's hole.
Okay. What is that?
It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar.
Wait. The final case of the first game was related to the Hound of the Baskervilles, which we didn't discuss at all. Like, it wasn't even the case. It was just the writing that Iris did that was never published. And that's clearly a color. It's probably, like, I'm going to assume that it's too uncomfortable / too small for a human being. So it has to be from a dog. And it has an engraving of the letter B. And it's covered in blood. Okay then. A collar? It's huge though. I mean, yeah, but it looks like a collar. Well, maybe if the dog is large. Which, well, the entire thing with the Hound of the Baskervilles was that supposedly the dog, and I say supposedly because there was no dog actually. Well, there was a dog, but it wasn't like a, the description of the hound and the hound itself were not that similar.
I look at the gemstones in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have had it as a belt.
Oh, have you noticed on the inside there are some dark stains?
Yeah, that's blood. You don't think there could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I would have it as a belt.
Then of course there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? He looks almost like he's being serious for like a second. All the color has drained from his face. So he never has any color on his face. He's white.
Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this out on you. It could be valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key.
Yes. There you grab your hands of that, you lot. Hand it over now. Okay, thanks. Never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out to me, what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains, could they really have been blood? I mean, if you're implying it, it's because it probably is.
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
And you look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this one story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installments of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume?
The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustache man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make it a two-part story.
Oh, I can't wait.
A word please, Iris?
Yeah, what is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
Why? Why not? It's a great case. You're doing this issue.
You're doing this shit again. You eat with the other one with the dog. I know you're doing it again. And I feel like you're lying to me or not telling me something. And I don't like that. I don't like this whole conspiracy bullshit where you're doing your thing and you're not telling me about the thing that you're doing. And then I'm like, cut on the waist. And then you pull this shit. What the fuck, Harley?
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your 2 titles. The second must never be written.
Is that clear? Okay, Harley, what the fuck? Yes. Just so you know, I'm gonna put like extra spicy on your food. And I know it's gonna kill you. You're too white for that amount of spicy. I know you are. I'm gonna put all of the jalapenos in it. Gonna make your life miserable.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Oh no, it's that Russian terrorist, isn't it? It's the Russian terrorist, man.
Wait, no, if he's there, that means we get to see the mouse again. And I love the mouse. I love Mr. Mouse. Mr. Mouse was my friend. I hope the Russian terrorist was there because then I can meet the mouse, and I love the mouse. The mouse was friend, and I love my friend the mouse. Oh, interest. Why are you letting me select the things? That's not how it works. You can't do that. Mr. Carmen. There are software Yonosuke Naruhodo. Okay, well I guess that's why this one game is subtitle resolved. Anyway, I hope he's a Russian guy so I can see the mouse.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
You know, I saw that and for a moment thought, man, finally.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
I was saying, like, I saw that and for a second was like, finally the Eiffel Tower is being destroyed. Like, that was my first thought, and it's like, no, that's not the Eiffel Tower, don't be stupid, we're not in France. Yet. But at the same time, it's like, man, they're finally destroying the Eiffel Tower, it's a miracle.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment. Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
I mean, he's not wrong, but a part of me wishes he was.
Horse horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies.
I mean, I guess that's one way to describe planes, but
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
yeah, me going in and putting my little hand on this weird blonde guy's shoulder. Honey, teleporting people like that, it's bound to like leave them dead. Like, it's a little too early for teleportation, hun, sis.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Yeah, I don't trust like that. What the fuck?
In but a few moments from now, these gentlemen will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
Going the fuck out. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. 22nd of October, 9:36 a.m. Sholmes's suite. Bueno, are you listening? Sorry, what was that, Iris? Huh, what's the matter with you? You've been nice away all morning. I was complaining about Harley not letting me wipe my sheet again. And also, I was trying to get help with the conspiracy stuff. Do you have any idea what the fuck is going on? Do you like what I cook for breakfast also? Also, do you not like what I cook for breakfast? I cook breakfast every day and you do this to me. No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? Today's paper is full of news about the Great Exhibition again, and the fact that there's some Russian guy from Russia who wants to blow shit up. Ah, yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Is it because Susie left? Is it because Harley's being an idiot? Is it a conspiracy? If it is a conspiracy, we can complain together about the conspiracy. Don't worry about it. Don't you agree, Harley? The press Sholmes! Yay! I love when he's having a bad time. It makes me feel good about my life. Did you say something, Iris? Oh gosh, you're even more down. Actually, that's funny. Keep being depressed. When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together, remember? What? Why didn't you mention it before? I, thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast? Together? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks! Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What?
Let's see. Yes, for example, your tussle hair this morning. With all its unruly spikes. Clearly it can be deduced therefore that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met. In fact, my descendants are gonna inherit the spikes even. They're gonna get twice as spiky than I am. They just come naturally. They're part of my skull. This is canon. They're dual destinies.
Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose.
Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned.
Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. It's no funny we're not in the courtroom every once in a while telling people to go fuck themselves. Don't you agree, Hadley? It's always fun to go to the courtroom. The judge is fun. He looks like Santa Claus.
Did you say something, Iris?
Back to moping. Well, I prefer him when he's moping. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? Is he lost his violin again? He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
I know, and the Gwei exhibition has opened. You think he'd be excited? Why don't we all go to see together?
I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all.
So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from, is that it?
I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley.
I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. I guess my better judgment. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial held at the Old Bailey, which is the only place when I'm getting cases for some reason, even though it's not the only court in Britain, but let's not question that. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government, and it's probably part of a conspiracy that nobody's telling me about, even though it's becoming really obvious since the first game that there's a conspiracy, and for some reason nobody wants to tell me about it. Which is annoying, because now I'm part of the conspiracy, and people still tell me nothing about it. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Words fail me, the situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhito?
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked, just for getting someone a guilty, a not guilty verdict, which, the funniest thing about this is how I'm supposed to buy that the justice system works. I think that's the funny part. Because in real life, nobody gives it. Like, you did your job. You were a defense attorney. You defended the guy. And then you admitted, well, the evidence was fake and whatnot. But, like, you didn't know. You weren't sure. And you just did your job. So, at most, they'll give you a little reprimand. They're not gonna take your license away. They're not gonna take, like, your right to defend. Your right to practice law just from that. It's funny that I'm supposed to buy that the system works like that. we're all honest here, and we take lawyers' rights to practice if they fuck up. I'm sorry, it's just silly to me. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing.
You have, haven't you, Uno? We know those big fat tomes about British law up in your womb, and the notes about Sholmes's old cases.
Brewing Irish special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Star on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically Don Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall.
Dog Strongheart, the obviously evil guy.
The delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
Oh, you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Look down on? Do you mean those things? Fly?
Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. Me putting my little hand on Ryonosuke's shoulder. Honey, do you know how balloon works? Like normal helium balloons. Like party balloons. Do you know that shit? It's like that, but bigger. And with hot air. Alternatively, do you know how balloons in the water float? Imagine like that, but it's all air. Really, that's it. I can't understand it at all.
That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. Or ever if you're really bad at physics. But in 100 years' time, all these things will be just common knowledge. And are very antiquated. About.
I suppose it might be.
Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday apparently. There was a huge explosion, but it could also have been like the Russian guy that they mentioned in the first game that was supposedly coming to blow up the Crystal Tower. Still, I wish I'd seen it though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. It's fun to laugh at people's misery.
Says the innocent 10-year-old girl.
See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the great exhibition.
But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that occurs behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. We get it, you're a bottom! Yeah. The Great Exhibition newspaper has been entered into the correct. Okay, sure. I don't know why I'm gonna need that, but sure. Shadows cast behind? Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Maybe. Might as well check. So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Well, and this rather gloomy looking one that is. Wait, what?
What's the matter, Uno?
The Reaper attacked? That's Lord Van Six. This must be what Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Well. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes?
You could say that, I suppose.
Nothing more to add. That's not like you. What sort of case is it?
Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruto. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening.
You're acting very strangely, Hardy. Is it me? Is it me you don't want me to hear about your stupid case? Is it related to me? I swear to God, if it's part of this stupid conspiracy and I'm part of the stupid conspiracy, you're not telling me about the stupid conspiracy, I'm gonna fucking kill you. What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better hell is mood. Ah. Is it really a case that's worrying you?
Iris, please! You must not exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You never fucking do that. You have never in your life done that. Ever. Since I met you. You thought I was a Russian terrorist who killed I don't remember how many people. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes? Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. It says in the paper that Lord Van Six was attacked. That's terrible. No, the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Baron Van Six. The stupid vampire man. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. And the finest rogues always find new ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. Very Von Karma-esque. Who? Don't worry about it. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work, if you want to call it that. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity seems to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, you mean Lord Van Six has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time. He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. He's literally a vampire. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Van Six hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Do I look like I talked to the guy? Well, in the article she says, as to what of Lord Van Six and his condition, I will be there reading tomorrow's morning's edition. Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Rogue Strongheart, perhaps? Oh boy. We'll have to go visit Mr. Obviously Evil. Well, I must be leaving. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Never fucking come back. Ah, you really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? What did I do? You
seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time.
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. I was supposed to be going to see Strongheart.
But now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the door. I'm just trying to laugh away from the mic. It doesn't work.
No, let's get going.
That is the silliest outfit ever. What's wrong with your head covering? Like, girly. Oh, Iris, what are you wearing?
I got changed to go to the Grey exhibition. You're going to take me, since Hurley's not doing his job. You know, as my, Interfio. He's not taking me there. The bastard.
What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. You know, to talk to the obviously evil guy that's supposed to allow me to actually work as a lawyer again.
Awkward.
Oh, well, I just found two. You're going to take me there then.
Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you? It's not gonna help my case.
Of course, and after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the Grey exhibition.
You know, that's fair. That's probably fair. Obviously evil man, obviously evil office. Long time no see. 22nd of October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place, and the sounds of, you know, the mechanical sounds about. Ah, she's just having fun. It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there.
Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time I came here 6 months ago. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan after her dad lied to her, which I'm still salty about, Jujin.
I swear to God, next time I see that man.
Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me. Oh, Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well. You're looking as obviously evil as, last time I saw you. Let's see, since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I kept you waiting a while. My apologies.
Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around and staring into space.
Relatable. Good to know.
Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all.
Mel Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London, obviously evil man. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guiding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime, and furthermore, as of next month, I'll open the International Forensic Science Symposium.
Oh, I've not heard about that one.
Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. Just 10 hours of gameplay later, this guy gets screwed by forensic science, and I'm just laughing in the corner. As for the hosting nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it.
Well, it's nice to know where I stand.
So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about.
Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. And also, I'm probably gonna ask about Band 6.
That's what brought me here today.
But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. Oh no, just take a deep breath and come out with it. I actually came here today to ask for your permission.
Go on.
6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please permit me to enter the courtroom again.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes? Here it comes.
I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you're a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role.
Well, that's true, but you don't have to put it like that. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asorio was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him.
His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling?
Sorry?
The mission with which the young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was?
What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense.
Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions.
Do you mean? Pretty please?
As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Thank you so much! That's wonderful news, Juno.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope.
Of course, please tell me more. By all means. But first tell me about the Forensic Science Symposium.
All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the great exhibition next month. The largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium.
It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it?
Exactly! London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million.
Me looking at current London, I wouldn't call it culture, science, or wealth that they have, just saying.
Especially not the wealth.
Not with those austerity politics.
Only crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. It is imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly! The future of policy. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging his feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods.
Oh dear, that's alarming.
Exactly! It's extremely alarming!
Ah!
Calm the fuck down. Think of those poor doves.
Or maybe they're pigeons. Either way.
If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures.
Yeah, I know. You would make their trains run on time. We get it, Han.
And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim.
Sorry?
By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now.
What? Oh, how fascinating.
It all began 15 years ago. It was...
Oh god, this is worse than fucking Olbag. Three hours later.
And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission.
Oh, right, yes, that's wonderful.
Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it would be.
She just went to read on the corner. I love this child. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. I respect that. Oh, Ishidobe, did you learn anything useful?
I actually drift off for the most part.
He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. You describe it as a curious affair, quote unquote?
Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh, no? Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment, as you know, common from the Germans. Let me see, how was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think. Instantaneous kinesis? As in, moving things with a click of the fingers? That's why. It's just what my Herbal brains need, a dash of devil may care.
Whatever this serious accident was exactly, is clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation station and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odi Asman. Or Odi Asman. Wait. Odi Asman?
But why does that sound like something that I should know?
I have to think about it. An investigator and a well-known figure in society.
Wait, Osman? Osmandius? Wait, is that supposed to be a play on Osmandius? I'm gonna have to think about it. A large explosion. A mine died?
Well, yeah, that's when that can happen when things explode. The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. He's very harebrained, if that isn't obvious by the name. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. on the charge of murder.
What? Murder? I mean, if it was an accident, that's probably just manslaughter.
If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation.
The Great Exhibition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder. Which, again, if it was an accident, that's technically manslaughter, is not murder. I feel out of my depth before I've even started. Still. We should go to the prison stay away then and try to meet with the Sherman professor. Don't you think? Definitely.
Ah, yes. One more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper.
Oh, with Lord Van Six. How exactly? Which, I'm guessing I need to no, not that. I suppose I need to present this to, Oh, that reminds me, speaking of the Reaper and everything, have you seen this?
The report of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course.
No, not that. The story on the back page.
What story?
The Reaper... oh goddammit, I thought he was gonna speak.
The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Six would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you.
Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know.
Very well. If it interests you.
It does, strangely.
Fortunately, Lord Van Six emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter.
But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. What was he attacked though? Do we know?
It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Six. But the man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes.
Large sums of money.
A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question made a dramatic end yesterday.
But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely?
The victim's henchman certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Assman. Mr. Odi Assman.
Yeah, no, it's supposed to be something else, but I'm not... Yeah, I'm... Like, it's a play on what? Like, I don't know. And it's bothering me that I don't understand what the play is here. Like what the play on words is. Did you say Assman? Yeah, the man who died in the big explosion and the Great Exhibition.
Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization.
Unbelievable. Nah, that sounds really common. Like, I would say that's normal. That's a normal businessman, if you ask me. I wonder, could I ask you something, Longstromheart? The pun is based on a word you may not know. Well, English is my second language, so yes, I probably do not know the word in question.
Try me.
Why do you use Lord Van Six as a prosecutor? Ah, what a question. All the criminals who manage to get it off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom.
and fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Six first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is a Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here. Besides the fact that he's a vampire, I mean. I have Van Six work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. I don't believe that, but okay. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him.
And how do you know that?
How do you know that? Obviously, evil is him, isn't it? Like he's a one. Like he's using Van Six. He's using him. Like I'm not insane. Like the obviously evil guy, because he's about as obviously evil as Von Karma was. Clearly is using Van Six in some way, and I'm going to assume Van Six doesn't know, because if he knew, from the way he's been acting around us, right, like at the end of the first game, I have to assume that he would like do something. But that doesn't make sense. So can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand? And Six may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. He will continue to prosecute on behalf of the crown.
Oh yeah, you probably know because you're the person doing all the killers, aren't you? Huh?
This man pisses me off. He's so obviously evil. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course.
Well, God fucking damn it, Strongheart.
Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget.
Ah yes, at 11 hours, I can imagine.
11 hours late?
That's quite something.
That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons.
We get it. You want to make the trains run on time. We get it. Yes, where would I find Lord Van Six now? You know, to check on him, to see that he's alright.
I would assume he's at his office.
Right, I'll go and ask him about the attacking person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Or the vampire's mouth, in this case.
I'll wait with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands.
Oh, of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord.
Well, that was an obviously evil guy.
He was a totally obviously evil guy.
So we have the prison and we have the let's go to the prosecutor office first, and then we go to the prison. But let's check on Van Six first. Why am I not surprised that he has like a little container, like a little space with all of his hallowed chalices that he keeps on breaking?
22nd of October, prosecutor's office. Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office.
He also has a chess set.
Come on.
Let Miles be original.
Yes, it appears so.
It is a cheese on your spine, doesn't it? Why, an amazingly deadly atmosphere. Perfect for a vampire.
Oh, is that? That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. Okay. What are you doing here? Ah! Oh, I thought it was a hooded figure. Van Six! I thought it was a hooded figure. You could have just put your name on this on the dialogue box. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am. So, who's the person over there by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming that he is such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits a great card rooms. Long Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack. True, carried out by henchmen of Adi Aslan's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrest very imminent, presumably some hope to kill me before that happened. Adi Asman. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth come to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities. I hear he had money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Weeper. But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was the most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneokinesis wrong. Mr. Asman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is a fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Uno? I mean, why were you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You've got to be defending him. Oh, yes, that's right, though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Harebrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. You're... What? I mean, what? Your friends? Or at least ex-classmates? I'd understood that Professor Harebrain was from Germany, though. Harebrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together. I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you of all people, representing him. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution is you. Will be handled by me. Yeah, I expected as much. By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. BFFs, even. We are friends. It's true. Then why would you do this?
If the Reaper is a prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed!
What's Lord Van Six thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean I'm a crown prosecutor and I'm mortal like any other? I'm no demigod.
Well, they've all died, haven't they? The people you prosecuted, I mean. Well, not a trial ended in a conviction and acquittal.
Thus I prosecute the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all.
No, why Genie? In fact, she's ever so hardworking now.
I can't deny that since I've encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches had escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Longstrong has said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
Well, you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Valley, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh. Okay, yeah, it's definitely Strongheart. Like, it's definitely Strongheart doing it. Because that's what he wants. He wants the trains to run on time. Quote unquote. Like, this is what he wants. So, I have no reason not to believe that Professional Vampire Van Six is lying to me about that. So, Strongheart is the person in charge of whatever murdering is happening. The question is what that has to do with the whole Hound of the Baskerville thing and the collar we found, and what that has to do with Giselle Breath and her death and the entirety of the last case in the first game. Because I don't understand. Like, the only thing that I can think of is, like, she was in the telegram at the end of the first game. There were 4 people in that telegram. There was an Asogi, but it wasn't Kazuma, I think. I think it might have been, to be fair. Now I don't remember what the first... No, I think it was Kazuma because it was Kei Asogi. Okay, so it's probably Asogi. So it's Kazuma first. There was Giselle Brett, but she was in second. There was Gregson, and there was Wilson, Iris' dad. So 3 of those people are dead. Oh god, they're gonna kill Gregson. No! Actually, no, I dislike the guy. He betrayed my ass on the last game. Actually, you know what? That's great. Kill Gregson. That's cool. You know what? Totally cool. Kill Gregson. I don't mind. But I guess Gregson is gonna die now. Wait a minute. I need to. And my brain is doing things. My brain cocks are moving. Giselle Brett killed Wilson, and then she got killed. But she wasn't killed by like a British guy or anything. She got killed by a random photographer who was a little too nationalistic for that era of Japan. He would have done wonders like in 40 years. Wait, I think I get it. So I think what's been going on here is like, okay, so if my memory serves me right,
the list of names was Asogi, Gregson, Brett, Wilson. Brett killed Wilson. Asogi might have been sent to kill Gregson. So I think that might have been the entire thing. Like, Giselle Brett killed Wilson, and she got away with it because that was what she was sent to do. And Kazuma was being brought to England to kill Gregson. Wait, but then why would he do that? Like, what would Strongheart have like on Kazuma that would cause him to, like, it explains why he's been like insisting about, like, do you know what like your friend mission was? Like, did you know what he had to do? Like, he's been saying that since the first game, and Kazuma was kind of like, well, I have something to do there, and I need to do in London, and like, he never told us what the fuck it was, so it makes sense. Like, it makes perfect sense that that's the entire thing. But that begs the question of what the fuck does Strongheart have on Kazuma that he can be like, yeah, I need you to come to London to kill a guy. That's the thing that gets me, because it makes sense per the paper that we found and the logic that I'm using, which might be incorrect, but I feel like it's correct. But what I don't understand is what, like, because it's not just, oh yeah, if you kill this guy, I'll let you come to London to learn law. That sounds ridiculous. There has to be something else. There has to be something that Kazuma wanted enough to be like, yeah, sure, I'll kill a guy. I'll kill a random police officer, like a random Scotland Yard idiot from Scotland Yard in London. Yeah, I'll totally do that. It's cool. Pay for my trip and I'll do it. So, like, I guess that's where we need to get to. Is like, why? Like, what did he have over Kazuma? It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. And you're probably not, like, guilty of anything. If that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Van Six. Well, Lord Van Six, excuse me while I check your office. And by your office, I mean the guy that is, you know, sitting on your office. It really looks like a punishment to me. I've never seen someone sitting like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead? If he was dead or not, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Depends on how he died. Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us. He's not dead. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? Oh, I thought it was gonna be Van Six. It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Six's facial features. Renosuke, I hate to break this to you, but I don't think that's Van Six. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not far off. The artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. Ah, that reminds me. I had Emperor Napoleon of France order artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. I mean, that's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it? Look, he just wanted to feel tall. That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it? Okay, be that way. Oh, look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition showground.
That's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person.
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely, it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid.
Ah,
You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. I really didn't think he'd overhear that. And of course, I need to check on the Halo chalices. Look at that fine collection of Halo chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My Halo bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
I hear you throw them around in court like they were worthless.
Yes. Because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes.
Oh, but you do it even if I'm right.
Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. So, it's my fault?
Silly me, how could I ever thought otherwise?
Well, that's all that I wanted to check. I wonder. Maybe I should present it to him. Lord Van Six, about the article in this paper. Ah, yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when the little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
It looked as though he was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? Thank you. He seemed like tutelage to become a prosecutor, so you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, like you are to Hurley then, Uno.
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. It's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask? On Lone Stronghat's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Told to wear a mask by another incredibly suspicious individual who looks obviously evil. Again, I have to repeat that. Lostrom has orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right, because he's obviously evil. Bro. Bro. Bro, no! Katsuma, is that you? Did you survive? Like, that's the same... Like, the mouth area is exactly the same. Like, that's the same shape from his... From the cheeks down to his jaw. I swear to God, Katsuma, if that's you, I'm gonna commit a crime. I'm gonna become the Junkler, okay? 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 Understood? Okay. Ah. The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. What's the episode called? This is the third episode.
Nice to meet you. Wait, not the core record, the options. It should be, if I go save... Yeah, the Return of the Great Departed Soul. Oh. Oh. Oh, it is Kazuma. God fucking damn it, game. It fucking is him. Oh, motherfuck. Becoming the Jonkler. Just becoming the Jonkler. Yeah, go be mysterious. There are bats there. I just noticed that they're bad. There are two bats right there, just staring at me, and obvious vampire Lord Van 6, I suppose. Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Ryunosuke, that's your boyfriend. Don't say that about your boyfriend. I'm better trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside his office. Nostro has strictly forbidden it. Yeah, because if he said anything, maybe Susato would immediately know that it's him, because we would recognize it. But okay. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Oh no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just, I think that's my boyfriend, who apparently didn't die. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. Ryunosuke, have bad news. It is definitely your boyfriend. It is fucking definitely your fucking boyfriend. Ah, yes. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? Is it something racist? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with the stoop, and the mustache, and the jitters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Actual real famous person and writer, Soseki Natsume. I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that leash, no? He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. And I guess for taking care of my boyfriend? Who is alive? For some reason? I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san. After a Nipponese. Look, Ryunosuke, he's racist, but clearly he wants to make sure that people who are innocent and just happen to be in court with him don't fucking die. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. Would be worried a little bit. But only a little bit. I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? Doesn't turn up for the books. A mad scientist? You mean Professor Hairbrain. To be fair, a mad scientist and a vampire sounds like the kind of people who would be friends. Like in the Monster Mash. Yeah, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van 6, I think. And before we leave to check on him, I am gonna check on the bats. What? They were bats! Yeah, they were familiars, I expect. But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was a familiar! And Dracula. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I mean, it could be any kind of mad scientist. There's a lot of those. Just not the flying kind. He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper then.
I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary though, either way. Well, we got jump scare, time to go to the prison then.
"22nd of October, local prison, cell 11.
The warden said cell 11, that's this one.
Oy, siyang mangkada pinabay in the back corner, look.
What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain.
Who are you?
Ryosuke Naruhodo, I'm a defensor.
A lawyer!
Was it something I said?
A lawyer, you say? Well, will you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis?
Your hypothesis? Excuse me?
Yesterday's demonstration! That magnificent demonstration it was an out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens, no lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity.
Yeah, my honest reaction to that. Now it's probably not a good time to mention that your seal made my concentration leave for a while too. Boy. What time is it? Time for me to get my coffee, actually. It's a good time for me to do that. So I'll go and get my coffee and then I'll be right back and we can deal with this guy. Today is the freak convention. We're dealing with all of the freaks. First one 6, now this guy. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. You know, well, my coffee was getting hot while it was heating. I thought of something, and I just realized I don't think, like, in the first game, I don't think at any point Sholmes ever says that Kazuma is dead. Like, I don't remember from the second case in the first game if Sholmes at any point says that he's dead. Like, outright just says, yeah, this guy is dead. I don't... Like, he always mentions the crime or the attack, but I don't remember... Like, I think he's the one person who doesn't say anything about him being dead. And considering everything else, I'm going to assume that Sholmes knows about this bullshit. And now I'm gonna be angry at Sholmes for not telling me about it. Because what the fuck, man? He keeps getting away with it. And ahead. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday? The papers had called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? And that's inherently kind of a failure when people die, and they're not supposed to.
Yes, you would interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure. But at the same time, it was a great success.
You've lost me.
I saw it with my own eyes. Right there in front of me, Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculation had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However,
the machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished.
Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure.
So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct?
But the big wigs had you arrested on suspicious of murder, when really that's more like manslaughter. I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once! But... Murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident.
I see.
Ellie and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protected custody.
On what grounds?
Ah, yes, it's newly established here in Britain, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder, then there's... Then they say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen.
Oh, you're one of those guys like obsessed with copyright, aren't you? I don't like you. Like, I'm not saying people shouldn't have intellectual properties, that's not the thing, and they should have a right to defend them. I just don't like what Disney does. And I don't like when Nintendo does a lot of the time. You know what I mean.
The machine must be protected from that at all costs.
Like, copyright should not become a weapon to attack normal people who are just doing stuff that, you know, aren't causing any damage to the IP in question.
That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial.
Ah, I see now. So, in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday.
Yes, or rather, no. The devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion.
Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis.
Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science.
Oh, but dare to imagine it, dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again.
Well, yes, that would be incredible, and also a crime, because you're in jail and not supposed to leave it.
And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great Parisian theater, I say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach.
So no more hiding in wardrobes or on rocky seas for 50 days.
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean?
My dude, that's more philosophy than physics, I fear. Doesn't seem like your area of expertise.
Oops, that's got Professor Bunny Boy really worried by the look of it.
Clearly, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. But Renosuke, life finds a way. You know?
The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money that young scientists like you don't have. Never mind the possibility of it exploding everywhere like in this case. That's exactly it, yes. Elisa was complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time.
I can't believe that Sherlock Sholmes is right about something. And by that I mean the investment part.
I met with the well-known investor Mr. Asman.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? I just noticed what it says of Reaper's varsity years. Oh, that's one way to put it. I understand Lord Van Six is a friend of yours from your university days?
Yes, that's right. He was studying law while I was studying science.
What was he like back then?
Good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and an around nice fellow, really.
That's a little gay of you. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Baroque Van Six. He looks like a vampire, if that helps. What was he like when he was at university?
Talk about a leading question, you know. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Six family, with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Really, Iris, with that outfit he wears? Little darling! Yeah, that's more worrying.
It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less.
Yes, that's right.
I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation.
Really? What sort of event?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time, I was in Germany already.
Oh, yes, well, of course. If he hasn't heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Six will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow.
Just gonna make it awkward.
Anyway, about the big thing. Full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odi Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypotheses. I think my lucky stars. I see. So you haven't really known each other until then? Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. Wait, what do you mean an engineer? You mean you didn't buy that thing yourself? That's what he said. The engineer definitely did it. He definitely did it. As you can see, I owe everything to Mr. Asman. It's kind of awkward that this sounds familiar to current events. Like it's a little awkward. I would never ever have thought of taking a man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. It's definitely the engineer. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work, is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention, so I know that I'm far from blameless in all this. But still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? I mean, I believe that you didn't kill him. I could believe it if it's, manslaughter, because again, it's accidental. If we found out the guy got, like, stabbed or some shit, I'm going to assume it was the engineer. So yeah, I believe you. Don't worry about it. Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please. You don't have to make fun of me by using my words against me. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. That is not true. Do not lie to me. Thank you for that, Professor. Even if it is a complete lie. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Why not each time? Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Oh. Yeah, new location, I saw it. Yeah, that looks like an explosion, alright. 22nd of October, the Great Exhibition grounds, food of the Crystal Tower. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. Yeah, loyal people, aren't there? I've almost been toileted on 3 times too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Oh boy. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Right, I had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute.
Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre, give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it.
Wait, I know those voices. You got a cheeky little man on you, young lady. For a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try, I dare ya. If you want that big old shit rammed down your throat. Yo-ho, Quaxy, what are you doing over there?
Please make him fall, please make him fall, please make him fall. Damn it. Ah! It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are, you here! Your ladyship! Are you your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady?
I'm not way at all. I'm far too busy everywhere. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable! I gotta have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You're flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. I wonder why. Also, Gregson, I think you're gonna get killed. Gregson, no offense, but I think you're gonna get fucking murdered. That's bad. I think you might want to retire or something. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. There are limits, surely. Or there should be.
Watch it, sunshine!
Sorry.
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate.
Hear me, how's the situation, is it?
Is it really that troubling? A measly $5, is that all you got? You're a liar, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Narahada. What? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can't have it back. You have to charge it. I have to charge you for water. $3. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or diver born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspicion 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, eh, Dodo? Diver, pickpocket, what's your other name calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all that, yeah?
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. You know, there's a bunch of people, it's easy to get away with your crimes.
There ain't no way to talk to a lady. Half a year's a long time, people change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. So you have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now.
Ah, it was bound to happen. It is based on Sherlock Holmes after all.
Inspector?
That badge is homemade, surely. The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us. What am I supposed to mean? Alright, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright?
Right, sir.
These raises a lot of questions.
Hi, Genie. How you doing?
It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder.
I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear, Genie. We're done.
So you went from being a pickpocket to a detective.
Yeah, got it. Good, isn't it? Inspector Lestat. Sounds like something out of a book, eh?
Talk about a sea change.
And then there's Iris' old man to think about.
Iris' father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
Just a small promise then, nothing serious.
Oh, Genie, you're so sweet. Anyway, that's how come I had to go out to test for the Scotland, yeah. Only trouble is I don't read so well, do I?
Just a small problem, nothing serious.
I asked when hell you approached Grexy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Genie and make her a sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave. It's a shame that he's gonna get fucking killed. Unless, he's definitely gonna get killed.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants and make their lives miserable. He's very good at it.
The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words.
So, the long and the short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestat.
Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Oh, why doing what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was a defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still.
Come on, you're not still on about that, are ya? The Lane of the Reaper or whatever it's called. Carl, you don't have worry, no.
If I didn't have worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left.
It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kind of like him obsessed, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. And that I ain't really done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly, so I ain't worried. I'm totally fine.
Oh. That only proves my point. He's definitely fucking Strongheart.
Kai, he was at least what he was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly started billowing smoke. Then he just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Story?
You mean you show it, Genie, with your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean.
Boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to.
So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. At least I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Genie. Maybe I should just join Scotland Yard too.
No. Iris, all cops are bastards. Don't do that to yourself.
Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? He'll have no trouble at all. Then Nintendo, when do I start?
No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. All cops are bastards. We talked about this.
Well, anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way.
It was? How can it have been? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success.
It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke and that whooping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, in the crystal tower over there?
What? In the tower?
You can see for yourself, can ya? Over there above the scaffold. Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage where the victim got into Starbit really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kinda work, didn't it?
What? I don't believe it.
I mean, I don't get the ins and out of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. I'll tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on. I had 3 Boba Fabia before, so it's fair. It's the first fair.
Yes, I didn't actually give that to you. Did I? She's perfect to be a police officer. Let me check that. While we have the chance. That's it? Oh. Okay, I don't see anything interesting, but okay. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
Naughty old Gwexy ran off after that without explaining himself. He's acting like Hurley. I'm gonna fucking stab him. Like, not literally in the book, I mean. Alright, There was a noise a lot to investigate that weird machine would blow up yesterday. We are not fair, we're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither.
Why?
The boss did call him again. The forensic investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from their lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene, with funny in it.
So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can investigate.
Yes, I've never heard something like that before. I thought I could have gone on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't ya? It's not bleeding fair.
I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips when making him stubborn. So say something to him, Hoda. Go on, see if you can get through to him.
He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is.
You can try, can't we, Uno? Wexy will listen to us.
I think he'll listen to you, not necessarily to me.
It looks as though someone dropped something behind the tree just here.
Dropped or hid? What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded?
Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here?
Oh, nothing? I think I'll hang on to this just in case.
That?
For some reason the ground is damaged on this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burned embers too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have. This would have been. That sentence felt weird to me.
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno. Nah, you're not. Oh, look what he is. A real piece of cloth.
It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before.
It's very thick and stiff.
That's what she said. It looks extremely durable. That's also what she said.
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Okay, so that's from a flying balloon. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion.
Let's make another with while Genie's mid-yawn.
Okay, so I can only assume that, by the looks of it, a balloon fell here. Probably around the time of the explosion. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to, These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted.
Ah.
You know, let me think of something. I wonder if the explosion even had anything to do with, like, the machine itself, and it wasn't just one of the balloons. That's what I think it is. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. It is! It is exactly what I thought it was! What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. It's a crossbow. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Okay, yeah, it looked like a crossbow to me. So it is a crossbow. I think I know where this case is going. I think I know where we're going with this. And this just looks normal, I think. Looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before. Applying Mr. Sholmes's methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Maybe not. Iris just quietly, Winner, you're such an idiot sometimes. It reminds me of Hurley. You're doing great. But yeah. I think it's gonna be something like, I think the explosion is gonna be primarily not about these. It's gonna be about, like, the weather balloon, the flying balloon, like, exploding. And if the body was moved from one side to the other, it either used the balloon to do it, or some kind of, like, zip line made, like, using the crossbow. Something silly like that. It's an Ace Attorney game. Of course it would be something silly, but, like, you don't give me a crossbow and a body that was moved from one point to another and then tell me it definitely have no relationship one with the other. That would be silly. That would be super silly. 22nd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds Experimentations. Oh yeah, no, it's experimentation. It's like I can't read, and it's like, wait, did I read that? Yeah. Experimentation stage. Apologies. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up.
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion. And I've seen my fair share. Especially because of Hurley.
You've seen things like these before, you mean?
Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. Literally, and metaphorically, but mostly literally. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
One time, he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Wuno.
Iris, I don't know how to tell you this, but I live in the attic. If that had happened, I think I would have died. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. That's what I said.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
Hi, Gregson. Ah, look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be in deep thought about something, whilst eyeing over the machine carefully.
Really, he just looks confused to me.
It could be both. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country, Wuno. I do wish I could go and see it. I'd present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially. And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Bartitsu master ninjas.
You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think.
Oh, well, that's dull.
Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a John Mage top notch I could introduce you to. No, he doesn't have that anymore.
A John Mage? Really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him, do you?
Assuming he's recovered from the dream chasm I gave him a year ago, yes. He hasn't. He made it worse. Don't worry about it. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air.
Yes, beam. Not blasted. That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible though, Iris?
Oh, no. I'm just a child. How should I know?
A child when it suits you, you mean?
From what I can tell, I think if you were to put it...
Stop! Don't touch that!
Ah, that was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you blew over just now, Grexy.
Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry, you can have some of my latest Bishop Wen to make up for it.
Yuck, 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 yuck. Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. It's just like old times. Is it though? Is it? Maybe you should enjoy it before Gregson fucking dies. Because at this point, I'm 100% sure that he's gonna fucking die. We're representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene. Ah, listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. Is that blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame? It's driving me potty. Oh yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. Alright, tape's all we need. I don't know what the government think is playing at sometimes.
Boy, we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Really, that's alright, isn't it, Grexy?
Your ladyship, anything you say, your ladyship, but please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Uno?
She really knows how to get what she wants. Well, I don't want to check one or two things. Wait, really? I don't get anything from this area? From this side? Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Hairbrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get straight up myself, you hear? I won't touch anything, I promise. So please spare a thought for your digestion. He's constantly eating fried foods. I don't think he ever thinks about his digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? Yes, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. We were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal. Maybe we could answer that question. But we can't we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly! The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules!
Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Oh yes, it's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
It's a screwdriver, I think?
Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter, A.
Like Albert. Is it? Oh yes, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get stronger myself, I said.
Yes, I understand. Sorry. I only touched a tiny weeny bit. But Wacky, I'm very curious about these screwdrivers. I'm really curious. Very curious.
How's your ladyship? You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Wonder found it first.
I assure you I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it.
That was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Grexy. Okay, but he left. That means we get free range to investigate, arguably. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. That was fast. Okay, this is the same as before. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the Crystal Tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going.
I don't think he was supposed to shoot anything, Uno. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower where they're being reconstructed in the original form.
Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes.
But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? So those are people carrying balloons, angling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly, but I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful floating Temari handles.
I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Uno, please.
If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But also, my fear of heights. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared.
Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground as long as it doesn't explode. Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. I mean, to be fair, he is right. It'll slowly descend. Unless the entire balloon just like pops and the only thing left is the basket. That's not an incorrect thing to say. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower is an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public.
True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition line.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean.
The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Nothing's gonna matter by the time we get to the 2020s.
Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way, especially the part where it won't matter when you get to the 2020s.
The powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientific rights at the moment.
What sort of rights?
They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were, right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. It is an infuriating reason as coppers are allowed to touch the crime scene. There's a new high full-floating special dispensation for scientific equipment acts for VetSet.
I see now.
The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team is called. We've been relegated to keeping guard.
The Forensic Investigation Team.
Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. Just because it says scientific equipment on the paper where we can't do a flaming thing with it.
Poor Greg, he's very heat up, isn't he? Well, I would be too. Remind me again what this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here.
Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's a special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently, with a real twinkle in his eye as I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship, I'm sure he did. Especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality.
What does that really mean?
Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on displays every day at this exhibition. The good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me. Put forward by shammers like yourself.
Thanks for that! God, Gregson, I can't wait for you to die. Like, I almost felt bad for like a second, realizing that you're probably gonna get fucking killed, but actually now, I take it back. Fuck you and the English course that you wrote on. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's also fun.
It might be fun for you, it might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine it? Hang science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You something otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers, bogus contraptions.
But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
Yeah, well, there is a point, Dudley.
Sorry?
And to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory of invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. the scientists get funding. Well, yeah, Renosuke, scientists like having funding to do their science. It's a famous fact. Exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. Who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them as coppers as who? You can see why I say it now, can't ya? Hang science, hang it!
Oh, maybe I can see your point. But do you have to hang it? Couldn't we use a guillotine? Lethal injection? There are other ways to kill people, you know.
Apparently, Professor Hairbrain lives and works in Germany now, conducted his research. That's right, came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today, about his time in further education. It turns out he was at university with someone we won't know, Lord Van Six. Well, that's news to me. But even 6 months the prosecution, and as the accused, the professor's fate is sealed, because the Reaper will get him one way or another.
See, here's the deal. Nothing happened to Gina. Nothing happened to Soseki, which makes sense. He's in Japan. Like, he's fair. It's fair if he's out of the country, I would argue. I don't, like, it has to be Strongheart. All of these things has to be Strongheart. And it makes the most sense if Gregson is involved with it, not only because of that telegram where he was on the list of people getting killed, but also because if you're gonna get people who escape the law killed, it would make the most sense to have a person in the police force as a contact, as, you know, part of your team. So what I'm saying is that Strongheart has people working for him for the Reaper thing, is what I think. But that begs the question of why he would want, because again, I think it's him. He is obviously evil. Why would he want to have Gregson kill? And I guess if he wants to have Gregson kill, it probably has to be for the same reason that he had Wilson kill, because he's the other guy in the telegram. Like, and he had Giselle Red kill him. Giselle Red dies for a completely separate motive. And then his plan was to bring Kazuma here to kill Gregson. But like, the only reason I can imagine that he would go out of his way to kill people who I assume were working for him, which Wilson was a professor in forensic science, if memory serves me right, because Mikotowa was the one who invited him. Like, I assume he was involved in some way. So I guess the main reason why you would kill them, if they were both involved in the conspiracy bullshit, is because they know something that would cause issues for Strongheart at some point in the future.
Why me? That man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Six, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine, nothing to worry about, we even asked him ourselves.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Seal the Reaper, huh? How long is that business gonna keep up, I wonder?
I mean, wouldn't you know, Gregson? You and your conspiracy? The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Osman, he was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard.
Lord Baron Greg 6 is a top-class prosecutor. Even he can always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Six initially. They all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reach is that Lord Van Six is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. Ah, yeah, probably because you're involved, isn't it, Rexon? Isn't that true, Rexon? Isn't it because you're involved? He's gonna die without admitting it, and I'm gonna lose my mind. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? Those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Six was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind. I believe he used the word gentlemanly. You what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. He's lying. Like, that is the pose of a man who's lying to me, to my face. Really? Look, I got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, huh? You know, Gretchen, if you keep lying to us, I'm gonna write really bad things about you in my novels. Just saying. I wonder. Oh, he's not here. I wonder, can I get something out of Van Six now? Why are you standing like that? Lord Van Six? I think he's ignoring you, Uno. The prosecution and defense should avoid speaking outside of the courtroom as a rule. If anyone is being rude here, it's most certainly the man in black there standing before us. Oh, I see. Well, thank you for setting the record straight. You see that? He spoke to me, Uno. So, Lord Van Six, have you managed to visit the Great Exhibition yet? He's not gonna talk to us, huh? He's definitely ignoring you. Right, no niceties either then. Because I don't think there's anything else to check on this stage, so... And nothing on the suit. Okay, I had to go back to my office, I see. 22nd of October, Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm so excited about the prospect of Naruhodo's anything consultancy opening for business again. I think you're talking about anything agency, and that's from a different game, sweetie. No offense. Different game, that one. That's not what it's called. It's Naruhodo's legal consultancy. That's not gonna happen for like at least 100 years. Well, technically, a little more. Technically. I've done a lot of studying in these past 6 months, reading law texts and judicial precedents. I'm sure I'm a better lawyer now. I can't wait to start practicing again. Oh, if only. Nothing's changed in here at all, though, has it? It's as though time has stood still ever since Sushi went back to Japan. Oh, don't remind me. I wanted to keep it ready for Mrs. Sato in case she was able to return to Britain at any point. So I've just left everything the way it was.
Oh, I see. Right. And there was me thinking it's because of the way you are, Wuno. You know, never bothering to tidy up, I mean.
Dude! Iris, this isn't the time or place to bring on my tidiness. Or lack of it. Oh. And let's go back to the experimentation stage, I guess. Nothing. I guess I'll go back up then. Like, is there anything that I haven't checked in this? No. What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel.
Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see.
Why?
Well, they want it nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still. What do you mean? It's clearly moving.
Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour.
If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think?
I feel as though you might have just invented a new solar ride, Wuno.
Yeah, actually. Okay, and check that. Maybe let's try presenting this. As a detective, what do you make of this? Personally speaking, 9 times out of 10, I find clues turn out to be red herrings. But there's every chance they're totally irrelevant. That's actually a fairly persuasive argument. Yeah, except it's something that your assistant gave me. I guess I'm technically in the experimentation stage already, even though I'm on the upper part. Maybe if I can go to that side? Where the crystal tower is? To the crystal tower, more precisely. The crystal tower. It's only an app name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan.
There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, it's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
At the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw. Excuse me, I had to sneeze.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly, it's not the crystal tower anymore, but the crystal glass shower.
Apparently, everyone's sticking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there are 3-hour queues to go up in a balloon now.
Londoners must be very patient people. Oh, it might be this.
That's where the curve ended up after his instant kinesis or whatever they call it. That, of course.
And yet they're calling the experiment a success.
What's the wooden scaffold there for? That Corpus or lads set that up after the incident happened. To get the body done, I think. Done, really.
Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then?
Nah, look out at this mama thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for fun stuff.
Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged the gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? No, I think it's a thing called cables, Ryonosuke. Rope, if you will. The power of gravity, even. Okay, that was the last thing I needed to check. Good to know.
Wanna listen.
What is it?
I've been thinking.
Oh no, that's always bad.
Hurley might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Weeper!
About what happened to Lord 16, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Like other prosecutors that we can think of. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Here, this is what you need.
What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tuspels. Is this supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
Well, at this popular London attraction.
Yes?
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me. But he told me to keep it a secret from you, Uno.
Madame Tuspels. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then... stranger things have happened. And when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Might as well. See you later in the case, Regina. Oh, a museum of waxworks.
22nd of October. Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks.
Oh. What is this place? Apparently a museum of murderers' waxworks. Waxworks of murderers, I mean. Look at all these terrifying scenes! But why are all the people so stiff? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they?
Ah, the little sign, please do not touch the statues. Me immediately being told not to touch the statues, touches the statues.
Why do you think we're not shocked? Wax models? I read about dead bodies and wax ones in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax apparently. It's called adiposer.
Adipocher? No, adiposer.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, adiposer doesn't form readily, you know. It's only really Why now?
I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
None of the exhibits here are real. They're just, carved like statues, but from wax. They are entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them.
Oh,
There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. Hi, Sholmes. Also, hi, I assume Jack the Ripper. And there are all such gruesome scenes. And also Sholmes. Wait.
why is he?
Oh no. I must be seeing things. What's that? Is this an arm?
It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the Westworld models has fallen over.
You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you?
Whoa, no! Stop scaring me.
Is it a wax arm or a real one? Well, if I go by the model, I would say a real one.
Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels.
Objection! I mean, we could. That big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it.
Oh yes, that's the famous Tosper special exhibit. In the big swan of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look?
Pay more money to be even more terrified? Let me think about that for a moment.
It was only a suggestion.
I mean, you could, if you're not a coward. Ryonosuke. Is this some infamous murder? It kills me that this is a guy who has been a lawyer for all murder cases, and his reaction is just kind of like, no, murder, scary.
Yes, called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were young women.
I knew it. You can't tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer.
Wait, yes. Ah! What's the matter, Uno?
I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore.
Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
Really?
Chloe, I don't think this is significant. You're thinking about another famous serial killer.
I still think it has to be there for a reason. I'll check on you in a second, Sholmes. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxor and what's a real human.
Or maybe the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about. They're gonna make a movie about that, but with toys in like 90 years.
Just thinking about it makes me wish it was a closing time already and I was on my way home. Is this an example of Western Sugigiri?
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword.
I still don't know, no. But actually, a Waxworld samurai would probably be hugely popular. Do you model it? Do you think Uno doing that Sugigi thing you mentioned?
Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. Okay, hi, Sholmes. It's the great detective Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here, really.
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know, he's terrifying. But look, Una, you can kick this early and he doesn't move a muscle.
You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. Iris, good job. You have kicked the great detective. You've made me proud. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either.
Really? Did it?
Iris, he's blinking. And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
Hold it!
Don't hold me. Don't hold it to me.
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent.
Mr. Sholmes! You are truly abhorrent. I knew it.
Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruto.
Temporary waxwork? What do you mean?
And that kick, could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me!
But Uno has something he needs to ask you, and you're being annoying about.
A question.
I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. And you're gonna have to deal with us, you bitch.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain upon which all my success has been built would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Harley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
He could know something, it's true, about Low Band 6 and what happened in the past to change him.
Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Of course, if I can.
Well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry.
And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Moreover, a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now.
But how could it be?
Shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now, I must return to my work.
What, back to being a temporary waxworks exhibit?
What is it? What is this place? Madame Tuspels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London.
Museums like this in Japan too, but this place are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they?
Nah, just by a very talented sculptor. The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. Again, renowned during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine.
That sounds grim.
Don't worry, it was just nobility. Gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses right there at the site of the executions.
Damn.
That really turns my stomach.
That's just one of several legends about the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the world, all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors.
House of Horrors. Of course, visitors' numbers are dwindling now as a result of the great exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the modest of them! Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. I hate that he's right about that. So, the hideous exhibits in here are...
Yeah, portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop?
Nah, it has to be kept low because of the wax. Like, that's normal.
Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Please tell me that at least they're paying you for this. Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them. Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to snare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? Renosuke, he said for a shilling. I think it's because he's having, budget issues. My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money! See? What did I say? He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent. And I have the ravenous iris to consider.
Oh, Helly, I'm so hungry.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. Was he threatening to rob me into now? Oh, with that in mind, how about a photograph? It's a special treat. You may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound a little like a curse? Anyway, I have something to ask you, Han. Well, what is it that you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Six. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. Yeah, about that. He has like an apprentice and shit was weird. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learned. About Lord Van Six, about Professor Hairbrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Six such a different person.
How should you know, Hurley? And if you're not telling us, I'm gonna be very upset. Just so you know. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. That something was afoot. And that you believe it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Which means that my explanation made no sense because you should have known when I came to ask you in the first place. Just saying. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly climbed up. Well, it seems you reached the unavoidable. Greetings? Hello? Where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? I hope you're appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we...
Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Not again!
My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tuspels. This is my museum of waxwork.
What,
You're the Madame Two Spells?
Yes, sir. Though only 26 years young, I might add.
Is that significant somehow?
I'm a Madame in name only. It has a certain je ne sais quoi.
Well, yeah, Madame is for like an older lady, technically. Right.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular.
That'll be Mr. Sholmes then.
I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble.
He sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Six now?
Let's not forget what Hurley said before, about something being afoot right here in the museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but
I'm so curious, I want to know what's happening here.
haven't we got enough on our plate already? Well... Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Two Spells?
I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know?
Whoosh!
It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the cerebral fare that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness.
Irish waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley.
What you see exhibited here presents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they were modeled. The hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness.
That sounds terrifying.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see.
Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying?
Do not fear.
Story?
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something for every taste, I hope.
It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Joey, perhaps I should have eased you into things.
Well, it happens. What's the situation with, that?
Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal.
Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madame, what this sparse exhibit need is the addition of a world-famous great detective.
Or words to that effect. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's a great detective, actually. He's very specific about it.
Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms.
Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services. For a mere £500. I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. What?
Or words to that effect.
Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So he came to the current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though. Does he?
Would think not, but he was very insistent.
I have a 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning.
Or words to that effect.
He's a pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? Yonosuke, I don't know how to tell you this, but it's definitely not going well. I wonder, could I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, is there anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? That's a yes.
Whoever suggested such a thing to you?
Oh, well, it was, your temporary wax over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah. There you are!
Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working. Do you wish to be melted down?
My dear Madame Tillspells, save your reprimands, there are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police.
I ever not.
He's done as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. No, please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance.
Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we?
Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain?
That is a Tillspell special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer, then, I presume. Will you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder?
Ah, absolutely none. There is nothing amiss behind there.
Nothing amiss, madame. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain?
Ah,
I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens.
yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only unless Susan, I think is pronounced.
I hate French. Oh, I'm so bad with French. Number 139. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain, Elway. Tillspell's special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, Waxwork Killer and would expect is nowhere to be seen. Was the strike one, however? Is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor? Well then perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, you fuck. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. You would know because the real humans have actual 3D models. So allow me to present my two conclusions. First is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit.
Why? Why would you say that?
And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime.
Ah,
She looks as pale as candle wax.
I don't understand.
So, Madame Tuspels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Ah, boy, the goddamn is spectacular. Okay. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. My estimation, some 200 pounds.
That is all my own money.
What does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Oxford for sale. Your business has hit hard times, you can see. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of 200 pounds.
No. No.
Now let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear that the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around with your little finger most effectively.
What are you suggesting?
He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an exorbitant amount he was paying. The money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene we see before us, he collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer is in this special exhibit fetch a killer prize. You can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Okay. Sure. Whatever you say, Schultz. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands. Let us consider that problem for a moment.
You cannot possibly.
What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only to observe his neckerchief, which is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay.
What are you talking about?
The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's Policing Awards.
But
Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact, as if he were a waxwork.
but you...
Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. 2 pence. A tragically low price, you might say. Perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman, for an exorbitant £200. Sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame?
I do not.
Yes, the waxwork you saw has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. Are you stupid? He is stupid. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. I'm surprised he hasn't eaten all the wax, considering he said he was interested in eating candle wax that other time. Their honest reaction to this. Their honest reaction to that. I see I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, Hurley. You have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cologne looks awfully hot.
If I could just bring up 1 point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point! I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So, that would mean that he's a particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? Killer policeman, Ottermole. Story? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether.
I turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole.
So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed, it is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is £200 a lot of... But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages if that puts things in perspective. So it is quite a lot then.
Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down.
That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous.
Oh, it is better why that mountain wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright? To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright, we'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspels vents her anger. That's what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Again.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Okay, we're back at here. Yeah, the £200.
She definitely looked in this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks even for £200.
I would. It's £200.
Oh. He must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
For that much money, I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. God damn it! Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance.
Let's follow that flirting glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it.
Okay. Well. Yeah, apparently there is something.
What's that note doing pinned on the wall there?
Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Two Spells, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on the 23rd of October. What? This is, it's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly. Well. Okay.
Take that!
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Right so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness abducting a waxwork. 200 pounds is not a ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it.
The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have.
In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money! Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. We the portly gentleman stretch out so peacefully on the floor. Okay, this is the same as before. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. Yeah. The 200 pounds. Okay, so if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is?
We could just ask him when he comes around.
I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris.
Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard, we mustn't let him down.
Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Two Spells trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Okay. What? Wait, is that? Ah.
This is just Madame Suspe's right hand, isn't it?
Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all.
Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look.
Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff too, that's what she said. In fact, it's really hard.
That's also what she said. You mean it's made of wax? No, I have to assume that it's this.
Take that!
That would freak out most people. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was of course the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you? The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape, it ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that in fact, it's a left hand. Ah. A somewhat masculine and somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Some of the visitors to my museums can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try and to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch from a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms.
I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson.
Well,
You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back.
and the result, the scene we see before us, he was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped! Which is a weird thing to do with a wax model, actually, but sure, whatever. Not the weirdest thing we've seen. Okay. Okay. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign of it's a sign to other policemen that some crime is on their way.
A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret as closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away.
Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course.
Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tospel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Okay. Oh. Well, that's funny. What the... The man has to stop sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be.
Well, that's it, then.
Right, this is an unreal person at all.
His entire arm being ripped off from the shoulder down.
His arms been? Of course, that ties in with what we just found out.
Oh. Take that!
Who is this fellow to find the answer when he only observe his shoulder stub? No such boneless human walks this earth, of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact defying a lot's a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes.
He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man.
Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turned our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage. Been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact, as if he were a waxwork. Yeah, the price tag. A killer policeman, Carl Ottermole, was it? Was he well known?
He was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price though, 2 pence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garridoff's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is it crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up.
He's having the leg twitch. I know what that's like. I too have leg twitches. Very understandable. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most oh, goddammit, I thought he was gonna be Ryosuke. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Light ship in your choice of adjectives, then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tussauds.
Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep.
But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 30 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler which the old Bobby purchased recently at the local market. And I presume you observed the scarf tie around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, a secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective.
So it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth.
The waxwork of the specially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped.
And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle again.
All of that just to say that it's still a mystery where the waxwork is. Great work, Sholmes. Excellent.
God damn.
All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe.
It was a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted.
Yes, tragically it was.
Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork in as much detail as possible, if you please.
Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. He's so stupid.
Anyway, yeah, we're past time, so let's save and we'll continue tomorrow. At least we got that deduction out of the way. We're free from the deduction. That's gonna be everything for today. Thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow we continue the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We'll probably finish part 1, like the investigation part 1. I don't know if the case... I assume that the trial is gonna start, so maybe we'll get to half of the case, depending on how long it is. It's the third case, but it feels like it's kind of one of those connecting cases where, like, basically case 4 and 5 are just gonna be long stretch continuations of these, more or less. So I don't know how, like, it's gonna be decently long, I feel, for a third case anyway. But anyway, I guess Kazuma is alive also. I guess that's a thing. God forbid. Anyway, again, that
that's that for today. Tomorrow we continue. Thank you everybody for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good end to your week, a good start to your weekend, and I'll see you tomorrow for more of these, like I said before. More of just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with this conspiracy. Like, I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer to what this is about. But clearly I'm lacking some information, and that's keeping me from the truth. And that is very annoying. But we'll figure it out. Eventually. I hope. Bye, everyone.